Did you hear about the Fly who liked doing Mega Man challenge runs? He enjoyed playing the game Bugster only. Welcome to the stream, my friends. Happy Friday. I hope your weekend is getting off to a good start. Thank you for joining me for a night full of Jump King. Hopefully some success. We've got tonight Dead Zergling first in chat. Welcome in. Followed by Swish, Mile High Roll, and Lucid Jelly. Pleasure to have you all with me. Zergling says, I was reminded yesterday that salmonella exists. My fault for daring to have bottom of the barrel eggs over easy. I hope you're not unwell, Zergling. I don't tend to worry about that too much. Maybe I should. I mean, I definitely try to make sure my food is always cooked, and I feel like I'm reasonably careful to avoid cross-contamination when I'm doing my prep work, but I mean, when it comes to my eggs, I only cook them enough, and I'm not always afraid of raw egg. I've had, instances where I have eaten raw egg and not sweated it too much. Maybe not advisable, though. I don't think I am to be imitated. Oh no. Oh, I wish you a speedy recovery, Zergling. I guess the only context in which I've had raw egg has been with alcoholic beverages. Jelly and I made this drink that was supposed to be inspired by butterbeer from Harry Potter, and it had raw egg white in the sort of cream substance that you put together to top it with. Currently in mostly fasting mode to get my gut under control. Considering a small amount of Cheerios to calm my stomach down some. No. So, last time we played this, last stream, we reached a new PB several times, but I ended up not just seeing a new screen, but actually I ended up not just making it onto a new platform, but seeing a new screen for the first time. So we've got our work cut out for us tonight if we want to achieve a new PB. But I really only have this game planned for tonight. If I get kind of burnt out, I feel like I have to stop this, but yet still have the desire to keep going, like to play something. We may do something else at the end of the stream, like we might run through, like, I don't know, a shorter sort of NES or Super NES game, something I like that I haven't played in a while, like a Battletoads or a Super Ghouls and Ghost Run or something. But we'll see. That's none of that is for sure or guaranteed. The only thing I really plan to play is Jump King tonight, but it can be tough when you start to hit like the 4-hour mark with this game. It can be tough to keep going sometimes. The jump of rudeness appeared. Oh yeah. Where I hit the PB is a disgusting area. I don't know how I'm gonna get through it. The jumps up there, the jumps at our highest point, they are terrifying. Oh, I hope I get up there again just so I can show everyone what we're up against. I don't know how I'm gonna make progress. They're such narrow platforms that you're virtually guaranteed to just bonk against the wall and fall off. So I don't... Oh... I don't know. I'm scared. We drink, is that, Eller liqueur? At Easter time, it's made from raw eggs, sugar, and brandy, Sweesh says. I hadn't heard of that. I would probably give it a try, though. Give it a try and give it a Frownie non-description. Exactly. I do the best food and beverage reviews. I don't anticipate. While I enjoy an adult beverage from time to time, believe it or not, I am of the legal drinking age in the part of the world where I live. So I do enjoy an adult beverage every now and then. I don't think there will ever be an occasion where I'll have a drink on the stream. I don't see the need for that. Not falling to the bottom of the swamp so many times is fairly impressive. I read that message from the bottom of the swamp. The swamp is not all that bad. I'm not, the swamp doesn't really get me down all that much. It's a little irritating, you know, when I miss that last jump at the end of a climb, but there are worse places in the Jump King universe to be stuck. The thing about the swamp is, like, the jumps aren't really hard because most of them are just full power jumps. Like, that's the easiest jumps you can make. But it's just that it's so slow. That's the only thing about the bog that really gets me. And I'm just so bad. I'm so bad at those jumps right there at the end. I have to do it so many times every time I fall down here. I know a reason to drink on stream if you want to play a game for an unnecessarily long time. Yeah, I don't know. I don't have any, like all of my, like, fine motor skill. I play the guitar a little bit, and there have been times where I've had an opportunity to perform, you know, on stage in front of a crowd of people, and like, I know people who will, like, want to take a shot for courage before they perform, basically, and like I can handle that, but like that is pretty much my limit before my fine motor skill is so destroyed that, like, it just makes it completely pointless. Despite all of the bird flu, allergies, salmonella I've been experiencing lately, Zergling says, lying in the grass, staring up at the trees, it reoccurred to me that nature and the planet as a whole are pretty neat. I'm looking forward. We've had some really kind of yucky weather. It keeps it's just really damp outside and it's cold, so it's not good. It's not good. I don't look forward when I have to when I take the dog out. I don't look forward to it because it's cold and wet outside. The past week, it's been really yucky. But I'm looking forward to being able to spend some quality time among the grass and trees here. Hopefully pretty soon. It was snowing today. It was snowing earlier today because, nothing says the 40th day of spring like snow. I had a pine cone fall fairly close to my head. That was rather jarring. I'm just glad it didn't hit you on the head and give you a cone cushion. If I received a concussion, I would be rushed to the hospital. Needle-ently. Uh, uh, sure. Pine not. You know, your pine tree joke did good when Frownie loses all composure. Had me choked up there for a moment. Oh no. No. These jumps are tough, and I made them the first time, and then I failed. We've got pine trees in our yard, and they're a real pain. They're a real pain. Cleaning up pine needles is a chore and a half. We don't do it very well. Like raking up leaves is one thing, but pine needles are just. They're a hassle. First try out of the bog, let's go. Oh, we have a raid coming in. Very nice. Retro Rewind, Days of Old, welcome in. Thank you for the raid. Dark Panda Jedi, welcome in. Jezda, welcome in. Hey, welcome in. It has been a long time. You're right. I hope you've had a wonderful stream tonight. Playing Def Jam. Let's say Fight for New York. I do not know this game. But welcome to Jump King. We are playing the second. Sorry, I messed up my windows. We're playing the second DLC for Jump King. I struggled with this game for ages upon ages, and we finally managed to get a few victories in it. I beat the first DLC. On my first playthrough, I wandered off track, and I wandered off of the main game and into the DLC. So I beat the first DLC first, and then I went back and beat the main game. And now I'm on to the second DLC, which is, I believe, the final quest of the game. But I have heard that this particular DLC is basically one of the most difficult things in the universe to beat. So, I mean, I already found the original game to be a nightmare. So, I know I know I'm in for rough times ahead. Stream was pretty decent. This game is sick looking. This game is really great. But it is a brutal troll game. It is a rage game. So I would encourage everyone to try it out, but you're gonna need a lot of patience if you want to see it. If you want to see it all the way through, it is a devilish monster of a game. But I love the aesthetic. I love the atmosphere. I love just the concept of the just the straightforward simplicity of only jump. It has a lot going for it. It's a beat 'em up with tons of rappers as the characters. It was fun, Dark Panda says. I'd be rage quitting for sure. So I think is there a Def Jam game on the Super NES? Oh, no, that's not the one. I don't know what I'm thinking of. Because this game just comes up when I type in Def Jam SNES. GameCube era. Oh, I think I was thinking of Rap Jam on the SNES. Not that I really know that game either, though. Oh no. Well, we're dropping a lot of progress here. Alright, it wasn't that bad. A fall down there into the water, into the bog water at the bottom of the world. It's not really that bad as long as I don't miss those first couple jumps. It's not that big of a setback. Even if I miss those and fall all the way to the bottom, it's not that big of a setback because it's easy enough to climb out. It just takes a little while. Hey, EpiPen, welcome in. I'm doing pretty well. Hopefully the same is true for you. Your weekend's getting off to a good start. No, 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 why? It's all okay. I said before I like the aesthetic of this game, and I really do. I like the, you know, I really like the pixel art that they've done. There are places of this world, you know, like there are parts of this world that are less disgusting looking. But I like the it's kind of there are some parts of this world that are beautiful, that are just stunning. The snowy areas and the like places where you can see the night sky are really, really beautiful. It's very similar to I find it really similar to Dark Souls in its sort of atmosphere, though, because it's a world. There's a lot of quiet time. The world is very empty in this game. You don't really meet a friend very often, and most of the people that you meet are very negative. Like, they're either like oppressively negative or malevolent, or they've lost their minds. So it's very similar to the world of Dark Souls. It's a very lonely world. And I kind of like games that have that sort of atmosphere. The slap he makes when he falls makes me chuckle. Sad, but chuckle. Yeah, there's plenty of opportunities to hear it too. Close. Close. Oh. There we go. No. No. Oh, that hurts. It's so nerve-wracking. You're doing great and have so much more patience than I. So, my first playthrough of this, when I started this game for the first time, like, I knew going in that it was a rage game. I saw just a tiny amount of the gameplay somewhere, and I was like, I thought, that game looks infuriating, but I think I can do it. I think I have the right temperament that I could make it through the game. And like, I was intrigued. Like, I like the concept. I like the look of it. And so I started it up, and I played it for a couple nights, and then just because I was playing a bunch of other stuff at the same time, I just put it down for a long while. And then I played it really sporadically. or I was playing it, like I would pick it up for a while and I'd play it about once a week for a stretch, and then I would take a long break from it, and then I'd play it for another few weeks. And so progress is real slow. And on my first playthrough, I wandered off course into an optional DLC pathway, because the way the first DLC works is that it's grafted on to the main game so that you have access to it immediately if you find it. And because I didn't do any research, like, I just jump into everything blind. Jump in. So I never know these kind of things. Like, I wasn't even really sure, like, I didn't know what the deal with the DLC was or anything like that. So when I wandered onto the DLC path, I didn't know that's what I had done. And I eventually became suspicious, and then eventually certain that I was on the wrong path. But I'm a very stubborn person, and so I committed to it anyway. But my first playthrough, it took me 90 hours. Took me 90 plus hours to reach the credits in this game for the first time. And that's a stunningly long playthrough. But there are a lot of factors there, like wandering into an optional path and not playing it very consistently. Like, all of those, like, really set against me. They really worked against me. But over the past few weeks, so, like, I'd played it like that for a long time, and I was stuck for a long time, where I was just in a cycle. I wasn't ever, like, making any real progress because of the way I was playing it. So at the end of March, I recommitted, and I said, I'm going to play this game every single night. I'm going to play it for 2 hours a night every night, and that's what we did. And when I started doing that, I very quickly, like, things really turned around for me, and I started making progress pretty rapidly. Like, we would see something new almost every night. And so then I was able to beat it. It was just last week, right? It's still fresh. I beat it for the first time. I reached credits last week. That 90-hour playthrough ended on Friday, and then I played the game again on Monday. I started it up from the beginning, and the second playthrough only took to playing through the main game, like sticking to the main game and playing through it properly. Only took 4.5 hours. I did it in one night. But that's partially because, like, I was experienced from doing the DLC, but also the DLC path requires that you traverse a huge portion of the main game's path as well. So I was already familiar with most of it. So I had two big advantages in that I was really familiar with a big portion of the map, and it wasn't as hard, and I'd been trained by the first DLC. So that went really well. And then the rest of this week we've been playing this pathway, which the first DLC is grafted into the main game. The second DLC is not. It's a separate quest, pretty much entirely disconnected from the main game or DLC 1. It's kind of like its own, like basically like a sequel almost. The only way it's really connected, your inventory items carry over from playthrough to playthrough. So we started with a whole bunch of stuff in our pocket. Most of this stuff is either useless or I haven't found the use for it. The only thing I know that has a use are these shoes let us walk on ice, and the snake ring lets me walk around in the bog. If I didn't have the snake ring, I'd be stuck in place down here, and I would only be able to move with jumping and no walking. It'd be really tough. Thank you for the congrats. Thank you for that. I have gone through the entire spectrum of emotions with this game. It's been it has been a strange and difficult journey. There were long stretches. There were hours and hours of playing this where I was just in despair. Where I just hated this game so much. And I thought I would never make progress. But I'm all turned around now. I'm all turned around now. A couple victories, and I am singing a completely different song. I have refound my love for this game. My patience has been restored. I feel like I can endure anything. And just in time, because everyone I know who's familiar with this game has told me not to do the second DLC. that it's too torturous and it's not worth it, which means it sounds like exactly my kind of game. There's I mean, if you tell me that, then there's no way I'm not gonna play it. Oh my goodness. I have never missed this jump so many times in a row. So far, this hasn't been significantly different from the content I've played thus far. Like, the main game and DLC 1 are all very comparable to this in terms of the difficulty of the jumps and the amount of progress that you can lose. But I have seen at the highest point that I made it to so far, I made it last night, or the last time we played this, last stream, I made it up to a point where I saw what's coming up ahead of me, and I've seen a glimpse into why it's going to become so difficult, because there are some jumps that are up ahead that I have no idea how I'm supposed to make them. Hang on, let me test something real quick. Okay, that didn't work like I thought. I still haven't figured out what these giant boots do. They make it so I can't walk, which is interesting. I can only jump, but they don't seem to have any other effect that I've discovered yet. I thought maybe why I wanted to throw them on and test them right then was I thought maybe the giant boots would make it impossible for me to bounce or ricochet off of a wall, but clearly that's not the case. But I think it was a good thought. I think it was a worthy experiment. It should be required for anyone wanting to have kids to try and play this, Dark Panda says. Get your patience nice and tested. A test of willpower. Oh, it'll put you through the ringer. You'll discover wells of endurance that you never knew were there. more and more I'm learning, and it's been really put into focus for me this year so far already. I'm really feeling like there's nothing I can't, there's no video game I can't beat eventually. There's nothing like I'm not very clever and I'm not very skilled. So I don't do anything particularly well and I don't do anything particularly quickly, but as long as I stick with something, I'm thinking there's nothing I can't do. As long as I just have to stick with it long enough. And that's, luckily for me, that's what I can do. I have perseverance. I don't have a lot of other things in my favor, but I have perseverance. You wouldn't know it to listen to me a lot of times because I do I do trend toward despair when I'm struggling with a game. My monologue becomes increasingly hopeless the longer I'm stuck with a game, but you know, that's all talk. That's all talk. At the end, I talk a lot about never making it, but as long as I stick through it, as long as I stick with it, I always do eventually. No, I don't know what the metal boots are for. I'm still working on that. They could very well not have a they might not necessarily even have a real use. The snake ring didn't actually have a practical use for a long time. So the boots, the giant boots may not really have a practical application, or at least not, they might not have one that's relevant to this pathway. So I am gonna try and remember to experiment with them every now and then. If I encounter a new obstacle or if an idea occurs to me, but I'm not sweating too much. Like, if I never figure out what they do, that's fine too. I've got to go. It was fun. Godspeed, good sir. Have a great stream. Persevere on. Hey, thank you, Dark Panda. Very much have enjoyed talking with you tonight. I hope that you sleep well and have a fantastic weekend. That's basically the trick for success, Sweet says. Yeah, I feel the value of perseverance cannot be overstated. Did you win, Mile High Roll asks? I'm not... If you mean the path we're on right now, not yet. If you mean in general, I don't know where you're caught up on the, I don't know how caught up you are on the Jump King lore now. We have had some Jump King victories. I've reached the credits a couple times. I've actually beat, even though I'm on the third quest, I've actually beaten the game 3 times because I did the first DLC twice. After I beat the first DLC, then I went back and beat the main game, and then I beat the first DLC for a second time, because I was confused. Because I needed to restart the game, and I was afraid if I just quit and tried to restart it, I was afraid I would lose my inventory, so I thought the safe thing to do was to beat it another time to get back to the menu. Okay. You've been around lately, so I was feeling pretty like I was gonna be pretty surprised if you didn't know already that we'd beaten it. But I mean, I don't know. It's it's hard to keep track of who is here for what stuff. So you've gotten good at this game. I feel like I'm doing okay. I'm not. I could be doing better. I'm pretty. There are parts of it where I feel like I do really well, though. Which, is that's what 90 hours of practice will do for you, right? Not hard to keep track of how often I've been around, Zerkling says. You have been you have been a constant companion, Zergling, and I am very fortunate for it. It's hard to keep track of what I see on Twitch, Mylyro says. Yeah, fair enough. I do get confused sometimes about like who I saw playing what games. Zergling's had better attendance at the stream than I have for the past couple months, it feels like. I'm off to bed. I'm a lurk for you. Stay awesome. Hey, thank you, Retro Rewind. Thank you again for the raid. Very much appreciate you coming by. I hope that you sleep well and have an excellent weekend, my friend. Am I trying to fall here? I assure you I'm not. Has Derek been around? Yeah, Derek's been around. Derek pops in almost every night. He's been showing up later though. Usually in the usually 2 or 3 hours into the stream. Gonna head out as well. Good luck and stay patient. Hey, thank you, Justa. I will endeavor. I will endeavor to keep my cool. Thank you for the good luck wishes. Have a fantastic weekend and rest of your night. The giant boots, actually the giant boots, you know, are probably most valuable in a windy area. If I have to make a bunch of a bunch of very precise jumps in an area where there's wind, because the wind doesn't just affect you when you jump. It also affects you when you're standing still. The wind will blow you around. You know, not as powerfully, but you know what? I bet the purpose of the giant boots is that there's probably an area where there are a bunch of really narrow platforms in the wind, and using the giant boots will help me not get blown off of the narrow platforms. I think, like, so far as I can intellectualize a situation where they'll be useful, I think that's got to be it. I think if I ever stream again, Zergling says, I'll wish everyone a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year, regardless of when they depart. I like that idea. That's pretty fantastic. Do you like the Honey, I Shrunk the Kids movies? I guess. I mean, they're watchable. I don't really reach for them as a favorite or think about them all that often, but I've seen each of them a few times. So yeah, I could watch them. Are there still only 3 of them? What is your favorite movie? Super Mario Brothers, 1993. Easy question. It's hard to say. It's hard to say exactly what my favorite movie. That one doesn't count. The answer I usually give is RoboCop. RoboCop is a pretty rad movie. I'm not really like that big into like sci-fi type movies, but I do really like sci-fi futuristic stuff from the 80s where all the future technology is still tape and DOS computers. That sort of blocky beige cassette punk aesthetic, like RoboCop and Alien. It's a lot of fun. Did you watch them? Did you watch the documentary about making RoboCop? I don't think so. If there's a newer one, I don't think I've seen it. I've seen a little bit. I've seen some like behind the scenes and making of stuff for RoboCop. But I can't say that I have a really deep knowledge of the making of process. So I don't think I've seen a full length documentary on it. I think I've only seen sort of shorter videos or maybe snippets of I might have seen parts of the documentary you're referring to, but I don't think I've seen it as a whole. RoboDoc was really good. Oh yeah, I don't think I've seen that. I'll have to check it out. I kind of like the like making of type stuff, like those documentaries they did about the making of the Friday the 13th series and the Nightmare on Elm Street series. Like those are pretty fun watches. I think Crystal Lake Memories and Never Sleep Again, I think they were titled. Those are both pretty good. Best making of movie was Troll 2. Best worst movie. Yeah, I haven't seen Troll 2 or that documentary yet, but I'd check them out sometime. Those are kind of on my to-do list. I just haven't gotten around to it. Master Tuesday. Happy Tuesday to you, my friend. Welcome to the bog. Hades documentary, like there's a documentary for the Hades, the video game. I have very mixed feelings about that game. I don't regret playing through it, but I don't think I want to play it anymore. And I don't think I ever want to play another roguelike. Never saw Crystal Lake Memories. It's basically, yeah, it's basically exactly like the Never Sleep Again memories, the Never Sleep Again documentary. I think it's even made. I think it has to be made by the same company because I feel like they share footage between the two documentaries. Like especially when they start talking about Freddy versus Jason. Like I think there's overlap footage between the two documentaries. But yeah, they're both really good. They're basically the same. They're basically the exact same thing, just, you know, for a different series. I like Crystal. I might even like Crystal Lake Memories more than I like the Friday the 13th movies. uh, his name was Jason is also great. I haven't seen that one yet, but I'd check it out too if I came across it. If I win the lotto, I will fund the making of a Frownie movie. Oh my goodness. That would probably be horrifically dull. We can do it mockumentary if you want and lie, but say it's true. All right, that's what we'd have to do. I have no, I have no illusions about like my life story making for compelling entertainment. Don't get me wrong, I have and do enjoy my life, but a lot of that is a kind of you had to be there sort of situation. Like that Weird Al movie. I haven't seen that, but I will admit I'm a little curious about it. Hey, Greg, welcome in. No, not you. We're not UHF. But there's a movie that's like it's the life story of Weird Al, and he's played by the guy who played Harry Potter, Daniel Radcliffe. But it's Weird Al's life story, but it's all lies. It's all the whole movie is fake. And from the trailer, like I've actually seen the trailer for it. I don't watch trailers for a lot of stuff, but I've seen the trailer for that. It basically looks like they tell the story as if Weird Al was like a typical like rock star who has all these like, you know, like wild drug problems and stuff like that. So it's sort of like a parody of a biopic. Weird Al making a parody? Who would have guessed? Yeah, exactly. But yeah, that's something that's been on, like, that's another movie that's sort of been on my to-do list. The Weird Al movie. Naturally, I was a pretty big fan of Weird Al once upon a time. I haven't really kept up with anything he's put out, in the past couple decades, but I listened to him a lot when I was in middle school. It's a Tubi movie, so it's free on Tubi. Oh, that's nice. I haven't noticed that yet. I use Tubi sometimes. It's a pretty decent service. Let me see. I feel like I might have missed some of the chat. Oh, Zergling said, if you don't mind the statistic of all lotto winners going bankrupt. This music is corny. Welcome in, Final. This, it reminds me of the Song of Storms. The rhythm part is basically the same as Song of Storms. Jump King's hat looks like a corn on the cob. Makes me think of a dunce cap. Or I guess maybe like a bugle. A bugle corn chip. It's the wrong color, but it's the right shape. And looks like the right texture. Oh. This jump has never been more brutal. Why do I have corn on the mind? Popcorn has been around since 3600 BC. But how long have movie theaters been around? How does anyone know that? There might be like a stone tablet with a recipe on it or something. I don't think the discovery of popcorn is too difficult to come by, right? If you just, like, someone spills some corn kernels by the campfire one night, you know, it probably pops by accident, and then discovery made. Stone tablet containing the kernels of the truth on the matter. Nice. My father was told by his father was told by his father, and so forth, Final says. No! I need to stop blundering that jump. Wow, it's already been an hour and a half tonight? Time's going by pretty quickly. Completed the 4 main dungeons in Tears of the Kingdom, Greg says. Right on. I would imagine you still have quite a bit more to do yet, though. Easy mode activate, Final says. Trying to remember the dungeons. The dungeons weren't really my favorite part of the game. I can kind of remember what they were all like, though. Oh, I'm in the... I thought I was in a different location. That was bad. Oh yeah, all the ghosts that follow you around after you beat the dungeons. Yeah. They're kind of useful sometimes. They weren't really my favorite feature though. I liked the powers that you got in Breath of the Wild better than the ghosts in Tears of the Kingdom. I liked them all except the Fire Temple, Greg says. The temple was okay, but the boss battle is not that good. Useful at sending enemies flying off cliffs and losing the loot. Yeah, Urbosa's Fury and Rivali's Scale. Yeah, both of those are really good. Yeah, those are much more exciting to me. The idea, like AI companions in games are... I don't think I'm ever going to be excited about an AI companion. I like AI companions that stay still and heal you when you come to visit. Well, I mean, I wouldn't think of that as the same thing, right? That's just a standard NPC, right? Like a fairy fountain fairy from Zelda. But I'm with you. Like, I definitely don't need a robot character following me around, acting all buggy and getting in my way. been down in the bog for a while now. Three drowned horses worth of time. We measure traveling speed and lung capacity and horsepower. Was that a joke? Zergling says, reminds me of that great joke you had about the horse racing simulator, where you said it was designed to make people who love horses to not. But was that a joke? We've got one more. We've got one more game in that series to play. The Let's Ride games. I've got one on the PlayStation 2, but that's why I'm so hesitant to play it, is because it's on the PlayStation 2. I'm worried, like, how long it's gonna take. Because, like the Game Boy Advance games were terrible. All those that we played, but at least, like, they were Game Boy Advance games, so they didn't take that long. They just took, like, you know, I think the worst one was like 4 nights. That's not bad. The worst part about shovelware games like that, the worst part of them for me is how many of them don't have a clear ending. Those strawberry shortcake games, and especially those Let's Ride games, like, it's hard to tell when you're done playing them. You just run out of stuff to do, but the game's never like, you win, credits. So I'm never sure if there's like, if I just can't find the ending. There's a part of me in like the back of my mind that's always like, you know, maybe you just didn't find it. It's very unsatisfying to just be like, well, I guess that's all the content, and stop. I want the game to tell me I'm done. Fortnite seems a little short. Well, I thought that the one where I kept losing money no matter what I did, I thought that was the one I was estimating at 4 nights. But I don't know, it's been a while. that was Let's Ride, what was that, Sunshine Stables? I think it was that one, the one where I was bleeding money all the time. Let's Ride Dreamer, that was the best one. That was the one that, like, had, like, story progression and a clear ending. And Let's Ride Friends Forever was the last one, which was basically the first game, but worse. Mr. Owl, how many shattered dreams does it take to clear a horse game? But yeah, we have the we have one on the PlayStation 2. I don't remember what it's called, but I wanna play it, but I'm just worried about how long it's gonna take when we do. I have a lot of that kind of stuff. I have a lot of games, like especially GBA games, that are of the caliber of those horse games. There's a lot of them I want to go through, but it's hard to subject everybody to those non-stop. Because there are some, like, I want to play some good games too. I really want to finish up all the stuff we've been working on so I can start up a batch of new things. I want to bring some order to the schedule, but I can't seem to finish stuff up. Splatterhouse has been taking forever. Smash TV is too difficult to beat. Jet Force Gemini has me lost and confused. It's all a mess. Hey Derek, welcome in. Hope you're doing well tonight. Mile Hyrule was asking about you earlier. He said he hadn't seen you in a while. I told him you've been stopping by, just a little later in the night. But it's good to have you with us. At least you'll never run out of games to play. This is true. I want to play something on the NES. I want to play some NES games. That's what I've been sort of hungry for lately. I've had my eye on Battle of the Olympus and Darkwing Duck and Shatterhand are games I've been thinking about a lot lately, like things that I want to try and play. So expect to see one or more of those if I can ever finish anything. If I never finish the stuff we're already doing. NES games, that's just Latin for I want to suffer. What can I say? What can I say, Final? That's the motto on my family crest. Holy Diver. Yeah, that's been recommended to me as well. Holy Diver. We can do that now, too. Since I've got the flash cart, I can play, those games that weren't released over here. So that Holy Diver would be an option too. Except I think that one I might want to hold off on a little while because that's I don't know if I want to play that while I'm playing Jump King. From what I've heard of that one. How about a fun platformer like Alfred Chicken or Big Nose Caveman? I thought about Big Nose. I don't really know much about it. I thought about doing I actually thought about doing a marathon of Caveman games. I think is the Holy Diver game, isn't that supposed to be inspired by Dio? Isn't there actually supposed to be a connection? Or is that just my imagination? Because the music video for that, he's got kind of a fantasy theme going on. They're janky but good. I can personally recommend both. Alfred Chicken and Big Nose Caveman. Yeah, I don't know anything about Alfred Chicken, but Big Nose has been on my mind because yeah, I was thinking about there are a lot of like caveman games. So I was thinking, yeah, let's do that. In fact, one of them's even called Caveman Games. But I was like, I could do that. I could do Joe and Mac and Chuck Rock, Big Nose, Bonk. I think there's a game called The Humans on the Game Boy that's a caveman theme. I think Tack is a caveman. So yeah, I was thinking, oh, why don't I do a marathon of just every caveman game. That's been on my mind. So maybe we might start that project at some point. Prehistoric Man, there we go. Playing a bunch of did I get banned from the chat? I certainly hope not. Had to restart the app. You don't usually get banned from the chat around here unless you're kind of trying to get banned from the chat. I have banned people on accident before though. I have done that. I'm willing to give people a chance to, you know. I'm generally willing to give people a chance to fall in line with, you know, give people the grace of you know, making a mistake or two, and the opportunity to sort of fall in line with the way things work before letting my temper with them rise too much if I can avoid it. I've been a victim of an accidental ban. The dude they were aiming for said their last message, and I said, I like cupcakes, and was banned from a misclick. Yeah, I remember, I think it was, Buddha Fingers, I banned by accident. I was trying to ban a spam bot, and someone typed a message as I was clicking, and so I missed, and I hit Buddha Fingers by mistake. And that kind of things happen to a few people. Or once or twice I've gone to just delete a message from the chat, and I've hit the ban button instead of the delete button because they're right next to each other. And I had to go and unban the person. Said I was disconnected from the chat, so I left and came back, and still none of my message pushed through. So I restarted the app. Well, I'm glad that you got it straightened out. And for what it's worth, if there is a doubt about that, like, I do have, my whispers are open, so. If you think I've accidentally banned you, you give me a heads up, and I can check to make sure there's not a problem. That I haven't make sure I haven't done something wrong. But hopefully it won't come to that. If I can figure out how to stay within reasonable bounds, Zergling says anyone can. I've been banned from a different streamer, but it was really stupid. They never unbanned, so I was like, okay then. I think I've only been banned from other streams by people like as revenge. Like if I ban someone here, I've had people that I banned here ban me from their stream. I think that's the only instance where I've been banned. I'm not really a heavy chatter though, so there's not a lot of opportunity for me to cause trouble. I do a lot of lurking. What about 3 or 4 first comment bans? Yeah, remind me not to post a comment right after a bot does, Greg says. It's dangerous. It's dangerous. It's dangerous to stand next to someone with a target on them, right? Yeah. Of all the people to slip and accidentally ban, the one whose name sounds like Butterfingers. Yep. I posted to my friend in public that I would shoot them a message later and got banned for violence threats for a month. Oh, wow. You know what? I had a message blocked. I had a message blocked just the other night in chat. I think it was last night or the night before. I had a message get blocked. And I don't know why. It said my message wouldn't be posted because of the moderation settings. And my only thought was that I had said I was talking about Jet Force Gemini, and I had said that I planned to scrub through my VODs, and I was like, is it blocked because the word scrub can be an insult? That's the only reason I could think of. I kept reading my message again and again. I'm like, what could I have said that would have got me blocked? That's my only guess. Derek says, the streamer wasn't even mad at what I said and agreed with me. It's so confusing. Huh. The dumbest one, Vinyl says, was I wrote, wow, such riveting gameplay when the streamer was AFK. And you got banned. I whispered to the guy, and I'm like, permanently banned for making a joke? What the heck? And he said, and I quote, no, we don't like fun here. Wow. That's a weird joke to get bent out of shape over. I mean, I expect comments like, wow, such riveting gameplay when I am playing. Like, I expect to hear that sarcastically when I'm not AFK. You're 100% chill, Frownie, and you take roasts like badges and medals to add to the collection. I'm starting to have negative thoughts creep in. I'm starting to have doubts. I'm starting to have doubts whisper to me about my chances of reaching a new PB tonight. It's not good. These are voices I don't need whispering to me right now. Especially if they're gonna be right. I think it'd also be that it's hard to tell when someone is joking or being serious, Greg says. Yeah, with text it's really tough. I try very hard to err on the side of I want to try as best I can to interpret what people say generously, but it's not always perfect. It's not always perfect. I misunderstand people sometimes, and I get snippy with people sometimes if I'm under stress, as much as I try not to. Yeah, it's a good. I lean pretty heavily into that. That lull emote as well, just to be safe. Thank you for the stretch break, Swish. We can accomplish that. Make sure I haven't left anything like my driver's license sitting out facing the camera or something like that before we move to big mode. Frownie, no matter how much progress or lack thereof is made tonight, I want to wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. I wonder if you made that a consistent thing. I wonder how often you would be corrected. I see no reason I can't wish for other good fortune 7 months or more in advance. When raids first started on Twitch, there was a guy I watched playing Dark Souls 2 who hated getting invaded online. When he first got raided, he was like, I don't like that. People can just invade your stream whenever they want. A A lot of people don't speak or text English as a native language like me. Sometimes I delete my text because it sounds not correct, Sweesh says. Yeah, there's that too. That is something to keep in mind. Sometimes, you know, someone's ability at communicating in written English may not be the strongest. So, another good reason to try and interpret things generously. I was at a time when I was coming home from a movie with my family. It was Thanksgiving. On the way home, a crazy driver was yelling at me and gave me the finger. I think they were drunk, Derek says. Oh my. Well, I'm glad they didn't collide with you at the least. Stretch the negative thoughts away. Can you believe how many video games I've dreamed of in the last few years? Countless Dark Souls and Bloodborne dreams, at least 6 Mario Kart dreams, several Doom dreams, and 1 Super Mario 64 dream. So I don't know what all games I've dreamed of. I've definitely been dreaming of Jump King lately though. I've had, I think, 3 separate nights where I've dreamed about playing this game. Maybe during November and December I can wish people a happy 4th of July. Hey, Loyal, welcome in. You made it to another night of Jump King. Welcome in. Jump King's going a little poorly tonight. My performance has not been admirable. I'm having a good time, but it's not because of my gameplay. Some nights are just like that, though. Sometimes you fall more than you jump. Not a single Zelda dream, which is the series I wanted to play the most, Final says. Maybe your dreams are just trying to help you avoid spoilers. I dream very actively. I have vivid and complicated dreams pretty much every night, and I'm really good at remembering my dreams for about the first 3 to 5 hours after I wake up. They don't stick with me for a really long time, but I can usually remember them in detail for several hours after I wake up. trouble that I have though is like if I sleep for a very long time, like close to the 9-hour mark, which doesn't happen very often, especially lately. My days are all messed up. I'm lucky to get more than 5 hours of sleep at a time lately, but on those rare chances where I can sleep longer, if I sleep close to 9 hours, my dreams start to become very repetitive and increasingly scary until I can't sleep anymore because I'm too stressed out. So I have kind of a built-in alarm clock in that if I sleep for more than 9 hours, I'll start having nightmares and won't be able to stay asleep. I don't know what or why that is, but that seems to have been the case for a very long time now. And I don't have a lot of nightmares in general. No, my dreams are frequently like pretty neutral on the like emotional scale, I guess. Like they're not usually like a lot of like I don't typically like have dreams about like my wants and desires coming true, like overwhelmingly happy dreams or like overwhelmingly negative dreams. They're pretty like, so far as like my emotional reaction to them, I feel like they're mostly fairly middling. But I will have nightmares if I sleep for a long time. I had a lot of nightmares when I was a kid. I've talked about on this stream before. For several years as a child, I had a recurring nightmare that I would be chased through my home by Vigo the Carpathian from Ghostbusters 2. I would have the same nightmare every night that Vigo was chasing me down the hallway of my home. And it was so bad. It was so bad I was afraid to go to sleep. I would lay in my bed at night. And I would hear the sound of my heartbeat as I had my head rested against the pillow. I would hear the thump, 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 thump of my heart, and I would think that it was the sound of Vigo moving around the world, like searching for me. I was so scared. Because in my dream, I was not being chased by Vigo the man. I wasn't even being chased by Vigo the disembodied head when he gives that speech about, on a mountain of skulls and a castle of pain, I sat on a throne of blood. It wasn't even that. I was having nightmares about Vigo the painting. I dreamed that the painting was coming after me, and that the thump thump of my heart, the sound I heard when I rested my head on the pillow, was the sound of the corners of his painting as he shuffled along, moving from house to house throughout the world, checking one by one every house to try and find me. And like I would make bargains with myself to try and get to sleep at night some nights. Like if I stayed over at my grandmother's house or something, I would tell myself like oh, it's great that I'm at my grandmother's house tonight. Maybe tonight is the night where he checks my home for me. So he'll check my home and he'll see that I'm not there, and then and then that house will be checked off the list. So when I go home tomorrow, he won't look for me there anymore. I would tell myself stuff like that so I'd be able to get to sleep. Oh, it was wild. It was wild. Poor Frownie. Hey, Christian, cool. Welcome in. Thank you for the lurk. Sounds like Ghostbusters 2 was really terrifying for you. It certainly made an impression on me. I loved the Ghostbusters when I was a kid, too. I was a big fan of Ghostbusters. But yeah, I don't know, something about Vigo must have done something to me. I don't remember being overwhelmingly terrified to watch the movie. Like, I don't remember my reaction being that negative to the movie, but then I had all these nightmares. So I don't know. This is all, I was real young. You know, like I was probably 3 or 4 years old when this was happening. 4 or 5. I don't remember. What year did Ghostbusters 2 come out? That come out in 98. Or sorry, 89. I thought the right year, but I said the wrong year. Came out in 89? Yeah, so yeah, I would have been 4, around 4, give or take, when I watched it. My nightmares always involve someone I know dying, as Ergling says. Me dying in a dream is fairly normal. I have those kinds of dreams. My subconscious is most interested in the Souls and Sekiro games. I mean, it's morbid curiosity, Final says. The only 2D game I ever dream of is Tetris. I always have the peace I need and never make any mistakes and just clear lines all night. That sounds very soothing. I had a dream that the penguin broke my leg with his umbrella cane. I woke up with my legs all twisted and it freaked me out, and then years later I actually broke my leg. Children and people on psychedelics seem to operate with similar logic often, EpiPen says. My craziest dream was hanging out with Kurt Russell after the apocalypse. He was in a treehouse with an intercom selling burgers using a basket with a string. The old Ghostbusters cartoon was pretty dark at times, for sure too, EpiPen says. I don't remember that cartoon very well. I know I watched it, but my memories of it are very vague. I think that'd probably be a fun thing to revisit. It might not... I don't know about how well it would, like, hold up for general entertainment value, but I feel like for the nostalgia, it would be fun to at least revisit. Like, we find, like, a top 10 episodes list or something and watch a few of them. It'd probably be hard to make the time to watch my way through the whole series. Assuming I could even find it. It was probably scarier than the movie sometimes. Well, I don't know. I don't know if I can afford to start having recurring nightmares again. Maybe it would be a bad idea. "95% of the time, I've completely forgotten all my dreams by the time I wake up," Tuesday says. I'm so used to it, I feel uncomfortable if I do remember them. I've tried doing the like dream journal thing, like to wake up in the morning and write down your dreams. But the trouble with that is that I remember for those first couple hours, I remember my dreams in such detail that the journaling process will take me around an hour sometimes. Like, because I'll sit there, because I'll want to record every detail that I remember, and like I can fill up like 6 or 7 pages with one night's worth of dream. So it's not like it's horrible from like a time perspective. I could make it a lot more efficient, like if I did like a text-to-speech type thing and kept a journal like that digitally. But with a project like that, I just feel like, I don't know, I feel like working longhand on paper is more appropriate. So all my attempts to keep a journal like that, I've tried several times to start that habit up, but they just fall apart because I can't commit, an hour every morning to nonsense upon waking up. All my nonsense time is saved for late at night when I repeatedly fall to the bottom of a bog. I was already 17, seeing as how it came out that summer. Wasn't quite 18 until later that year when Ghostbusters 2 came out. So probably no nightmares for you then. I'm surprised you haven't reached the rude jump yet tonight, Zergling says. Yeah, I've been playing not very well tonight. Maybe it's because I took last night off, you think? I can't believe I actually got a message from my ISP that the internet was going to be out. Because almost always it just goes out without them saying anything. They actually told me in advance. I don't even know how bad it was because I didn't pay attention. I wasn't sitting by the I wasn't sitting on the internet all night long watching to see when it went out. I feel like that's only the second time in, like, I don't know, the past 5 years that they've actually let me know ahead of time that it was going to be out. Scariest cartoon I've ever seen was The Brave Little Toaster. No contest, Final says. It's harder for me to watch now than when I was a kid. I'm right there with you, Final. The Brave Little Toaster is out of this world terrifying. We were talking about that earlier this week as well. I think Cows brought it up. Someone mentioned The Brave Little Toaster in chat earlier this week because I was talking about how terrifying that cartoon is. You just picked it up for a friend earlier this week too, EpiPen says. Yeah, it's oh my goodness, there's so much stuff. Especially the air conditioner. The air conditioner in the beginning of the movie is so scary. when he starts losing his temper, that horrified me. That was something like that was the thing like where I wanted to leave the room when I was a kid when that part came on. Dark and depressing, definitely. Yeah, yeah. Well, the you know, the air conditioner is actively scary. The It's a B movie sequence is pretty creepy. The Everything You Wanted and More sequence is uh, pretty unsettling. That one's not really that scary, but it's just the atmosphere of that song, like the vibe of the modern appliances is so like they seem so malevolent in their like I don't know, just their aura is so malevolent that it's kind of uncomfortable. And then the song Worthless is just an existential nightmare. I don't want to sit through that sequence at all. It's too unpleasant. Disney owns the movie and they kind of abandoned it. Tried to watch it 4 years ago and couldn't finish it. Yeah, it's pretty dark. It's pretty dark. I haven't seen both of the Brave Little Toaster sequels. I've seen the Brave Little Toaster Goes to Mars. I don't remember anything particularly dark in that film, but I also just don't remember that film very well. From what I do remember of it, I don't think it captures the tone of the original in any way. It's basically the same story as Toy Story. Oh, Brave Little Toaster? Yeah, it kind of is. Well, is it? There's not really a rivalry aspect to it. The appliances do kind of look at the boy the same way the toys look at Andy. There is a lot of similarity, but you know the rivalry aspect in Toy Story is pretty big, and that's not really present in the Brave Little Toaster. I never saw Brave Little Toaster to the Rescue, so I don't have any thoughts about that one at all. Andy moves away and moves on, and the appliances find their way back to him. Yeah, yeah. Well, yeah. Later on, in or whatever the kid's name. Oh, the kid is Andy in Toy Story. I don't know what the guy's name is in Brave Little Toaster. The appliances refer to him as the Master. I don't know if you ever learn his name in the movie. You might, because his girlfriend might use his name at some point when they're toward the end. but I can't hear it in my mind. I can't, if she ever addresses him by name, I can't remember it. Evidently it's Rob. I never would have guessed that. Homeward Bound, The Great Toaster Adventure. Brave Little Toaster, that was one of the movies I watched like on repeat when I was a kid, so that I feel like that movie is burned pretty well into my memory in a way that a lot of movies aren't. I certainly saw a lot of movies when I was a kid, or I feel like I saw a pretty typical amount. But I only had a handful on like tapes that we owned that were like in regular rotation when I was really young. We didn't own a great deal of officially released VHS tapes. A lot of our VHS tapes, we had more as I got older, but when I was real little, the overwhelming majority of our movies were bootleg copies. I feel like that's the case for pretty much everyone who owned a VCR, but you know. So I tend to think of movies. I tend to think of movies very strongly in connection with what they shared a tape with when I was a kid. Like whenever I think of Ghostbusters, I think of Brewster's Millions because those movies were on the same tape. So they're intimately connected in like my memory. The Brave Little Toaster is on the same tape as a ventriloquist act. I think it was Ron Lewis was the name of the ventriloquist. The puppet was I think Buffalo Billy. But it was weird because it was like it was like an hour-long like special or whatever. And Buffalo Billy was like presented as like the feature act or whatever, like the star performer, but he's only there for like the first, I don't know, third of the performance, because like the plot of the performance is that he gets the hiccups and has to be taken off stage, and then the ventriloquist is like has to like deal with the situation of having his like star puppet out of commission. So he ends up trying another puppet, and that doesn't work out, and he ends up making a puppet out of a sock toward the end. Brewster's Millions is one of those kind of perfect movies, EpiPen says. I haven't revisited it in a while, but I remember enjoying it. Richard Pryor made it so funny, Greg says. Sure was for us. Recorded from TV or rented and duplicated movies were most of what we had. I have the same connection with Wizard of Oz and the Elvis movie G.I. Blues, both recorded on the same tape. So our copy of Wizard of Oz was recorded off of TV, so it had commercial breaks in it. I think they used to air Wizard of Oz every year around Thanksgiving, if I remember right. They tried for a long time to make it like a Thanksgiving tradition. The Wizard of Oz is really fun to watch on Blu-ray because it's in such high definition. It's in such high definition on the Blu-ray release that like all of the like settings and backdrops are very noticeably backdrops, and so it gives the movie a very weird like almost like a high school production kind of feel. It's definitely a very strange vibe. Thought it was early spring. You thought it was usually early spring, but maybe I'm wrong, Greg says. You could be right. I wouldn't wager very much on the Thanksgiving thing. That was just the way that you know. I thought that was the case, but I might be wrong. Maybe it was both. Maybe they tried to make it both Thanksgiving and Easter. I'd never heard that, but I'd never heard that before, EpiPen. I can't argue with the logic, though. Some of the backdrops look fake enough even on VHS. I do have a strong fondness for the Wizard of Oz, though. I do think very highly of it. It's one of it's one of those things that I can watch over and over again. I believe, Greg, you correct me if I'm mistaken, but I believe you're on record with that as your favorite movie, right? Haven't you said that The Wizard of Oz is your favorite film? Yep, still my favorite movie. Watched it so many times over the years, I can practically recite it word for word. Just found a great copy of The Wizard of Oz synced with Dark Side of the Moon. Had a version for years that shows that synced, but has the TBS logo in the corner the whole time. I've heard about that, playing those two together. I'm not the I've not really ever gotten very heavily into Pink Floyd. I don't know their music all that well. My favorite Pink Floyd song is probably Bike, so that shows you like how like deep into their music I am. Which is to say not very. I've got a bike, you can ride it if you like. The Wizard of Floyd. Yeah, I've always heard Dark Side of the Rainbow is what people have called it. Never really got into Pink Floyd's music either, but a lot of people do, Greg says. Yeah, I mean, I don't have anything against it. I've just never spent the time to... Like, if I hear a Pink Floyd song, I'm not like, have to rush across the room to turn it off or anything. I doubt there's intentional connections, but the unintentional ones are quite amazing. Especially if you're in a particular state of mind. Yeah, I don't... Yeah, that was always my thought, was that they were probably... All of the connections are probably coincidence. Because I know I've done that kind of thing where I've had, like... Where I've had, like, music on... over a something silent before, and pretty much anything that you play, you can find stuff that syncs up. if you're paying close enough attention. I know I've had other stuff. Oh, this game, Greg says. There are a lot of very narrative lyrics and music matchups. Sometime last year, Jelly and I have found, we watched, there's an episode of Sesame Street that has the, where the Wicked Witch of the West comes to Sesame Street. She's lost, I believe, if I remember right, she loses her broom. That's the plot of the episode, is she's wandering around Sesame Street trying to get her broom back. That was a pretty interesting watch. Hey, Vintage, welcome in. Thank you for the good luck wishes. Yeah, I've been playing this game a lot. I've been playing this a lot lately, Vintage. I've been doing well. I've actually beaten it a couple times now. We're on to I'm playing DLC number 2 now, which is the third quest in the game. Because I beat the main game and I beat the first DLC twice. So I've had some victories, and now I'm all turned around, and now I love this game again. I hated it for a long time. I hated it for a long while, but now I love it again. It's still just as brutal, but if you win a couple times, it's a lot easier to keep your spirits high. Hey, thank you for that trophy. Have I seen that emote before? I don't remember that one. That is nice. I love the sparkle effect. That it's animated. I like it because I have a trophy emote, but yours puts mine to shame. Well, thank you. I'd much rather... I mean... I guess if I weren't Agent Frownie, I think a trophy that glitters and sparkles is much more impressive than one with the frown engraved on it. Quick save, coffee. Yeah, I like a good set of themed emotes. I like that potion bottle. That's very cute too. I kind of I kind of like when on the one hand I do kind of like when people have a lot of emotes that are sprites from games. Like, I kind of wish on the one hand that I had more emotes that were like that, because it is like when you're watching a particular game, if you have emotes that are sprites from that game, it's fun to spam them. Like when I'm watching a Castlevania stream, I really like to be able to spam the meat emote. But like it's a lot of fun to be able to do that. But I prefer but I can't bring myself to create any emotes that are like that, because I also just like having our emotes be a themed set. So if I can't think of a way to incorporate a frowny face into the emote, I can't have it as one for the stream. That meat doesn't have a frowny face in it. But that's not one of the regular emotes. That's like the tier 2 or tier 3 emote. So that's my excuse for making those different. I kind of have those, like, I don't really expect people to want those emotes that badly. I just kind of have those there just so I can use them. Because the other one is meat as well. This is my best Jump King emote. Yeah, the oops. Very appropriate. Love the turning the frown upside down emote. Thank you. Thank you. Given some of the games you play, the frowning emote is more fitting, Greg says. My aim is usually to draw stuff that works for lots of things, so people get bang for their buck. Mine don't really work that way. I've said that before. Like, my emotes, because all my emotes are frowny faces, if you don't know the stream, most of them are useless outside of the context of this stream. because someone who doesn't know my stream isn't going to want to see their chat filled with a bunch of sad faces. See, when I look at the frowny face, I don't see a sad face. I see a frown. I see an Agent Frowny icon. Like, it doesn't even read to me as a sad face. I don't see the emotion behind it, but so I don't really think about it in that way. But I know when I think of other people's perspective, if they don't know the stream or know me, all they're gonna see is a sad face. And so, yeah, having their chat polluted with my emotes is not going to make people feel very good in most situations. Invert the face cam. We can do that. And it'll help because it's going to make it look like I'm falling up. That'll raise our spirits. We're at 3 hours. I don't really feel burnt out on the game yet, but I do feel like I'm not playing very well. I feel like I have, on the one hand, I have the drive to keep going, but I kind of feel also that I don't think it's likely that I'm going to reach a new PB tonight, just because I keep playing so badly. Still too difficult? This game is always too difficult. I'm kind of wondering if I should do playthroughs of the base game and the DLC. I'm kind of thinking, like, I kind of think I need to play through those off stream to practice so I can stay sharp at them. Because I kind of feel like with all the effort I put in this game that I need to practice it up like Battletoads, where I can do it enough that I can stay sharp enough with it that I can pick it up and finish it in a sitting, you know, pretty much whenever I want to. And if I don't replay the other paths soon, that window will close for me. Because like when I did DLC 1 for the second time, I got through that real quick. Right? It only took 2.5 hours, and I wasn't even playing very focused because I was trying to explore the map a little bit and get those coins. So, you know, that's pretty good. I think 2.5 hours through this game is a pretty good, like, starting position to improve from. I said I should do it off stream because I was thinking, like, you know, I should probably, if I'm gonna practice the other paths, I should probably do it off stream because no one's gonna want to watch me repeatedly grind through the same content. But I mean, I'm making everyone watch me do this tower 1,000 times. So, on the other hand, why not? Oh my goodness. It suddenly occurred to me that I didn't remember if I'd ever looked at the options menu before. So I thought I'd take a quick look. I probably have checked the options, but I couldn't remember, so I didn't recall it being exclusively audio options. But I don't know what else I could have possibly expected to have been there. No, I was on the platform I wanted to be on. I walked off. That was so close. No. Been working in the garden. Definitely confirmed that I'm at that age where any manual labor gives me a sore back. Oh no. I'm a little jealous, not of the sore back, but of the garden work. It's not quite nice enough in my part of the world for yard work to be meaningfully accomplished. I'm hoping to make the time and effort to maybe grow some vegetables this summer though. That's right. It's cooling down in your part of the world. Right time to get stuff in. Don't get freezing temps over winter. So it's like 8 months now for growth. Santana surfboard. Had an art redeemed to draw that. I think I might have been there for that drawing. I feel like I was there when you were drawing Santa Claus one time. I like the redeem you have for those little for those little powdered food kits. Those are always. I think those are fun to watch. He's pretty amazing. He has a candy striped surfboard, red, like short talls, short tails, bodysuit, and green zinc cream on his face. Yeah, the poppin' cooking kits. Yeah, those are a lot of fun. I've never made one of those. The savory type ones, I think I would be afraid to eat because I'm very picky about a lot of foods. So I think a lot of the savory ones would be a no-go for me. But the more like candy-like ones would be kind of fun. Fun to make. Last one I did tasted terrible, though, but it was still entertaining. Well, I feel like the approach has to be like you do them for the sake of an interesting experience, right? Not for a serious attempt at trying to receive a good product. I feel like you have to kind of go in assuming the product is going to be bad. The end product is going to be kind of bad. It's about the journey, not the destination. As, my backseat opinion anyway. This screen here is as high as we've been tonight. We were up here a time or two. I don't remember exactly. I've been higher than this, but this has been the extent of my accomplishment tonight. No. Missing that jump is devastating. That particular jump is just, it takes you all the way down here. Oh, and then I missed another one. It was bad enough before I missed the second jump. Rough. Oh, I just can't get up there. I just can't get up there. Oops. Our PB is one screen higher than where we just were. The highest I've ever seen is one screen above that, I believe. But I haven't been able to match that tonight. Yeah, you want to be getting a new PB every night with this game. At the very least, I want to be matching my old PB, but I don't think either is going to happen. A hamburger one tastes a lot like a McDonald's hamburger. The best tasting one is probably the sushi kit, which is sweet. It has lemonade flavored rice and is super yummy. Definitely when you're making them on stream, yes. I used to have one of those, like when I was a kid. Like I used to have one of those, like toy ovens that you could make candies in. It's like the same idea as like the Easy Bake Oven, except it wasn't for pastries, it was for candies. And they were all, I don't remember what it was called. All the candies were like these like gross monster parts. Like they're like brains and stuff. It was very spooky themed. It had one of those little ovens that cooks everything with a light bulb. I always wanted an Easy Bake Oven. Yeah, it wasn't one of those, but it was the same basic concept. That's my closest experience with like powdered foods, though. Creepy creepy crawlers. That was I had that too, but that wasn't food. Those are just like, those are all plastic. The creepy crawlers. I had multiple toy ovens as a kid. Creepy crawlers might have actually done edible things as well, but that I never had edible things for that brand. But I had the thing where you make like plastic spiders and stuff for the creepy crawlers. But the other one you made, they were gross foods. I hope you can bake now. I actually can't. I'm not very good. Like, I like to cook, but I'm not very good at baking. I think my oven is partially to blame, because I don't think my oven holds the correct temperature. I feel like nothing I bake comes out done at the time when it's supposed to. So I end up like having stuff where it's like, it's always like overcooked on the outside and still batter on the inside. I think there's only only a certain degree to which that can be my fault, right? To some degree, it has to be a faulty oven. Yeah, it's because it doesn't have a light bulb, so I don't have any of the skills. Why not eat out of the same molds as you form the plastic toys in? I don't have any of those. Those were, I don't know, they were thrown out or donated or sold at a yard sale or something. I didn't hang on to any of those toys from my childhood. But I do have like I have a vintage creepy crawlers machine, like, I don't know, from like the 40s or something. It's really old. I don't have any of the stuff that, like, I have like the metal plates and the I have the molds and I have the thing you cook them in, but there's none of the like actual like plastic stuff that you make it out of. Something called Dr. Dreadful that made a bunch of scary themed edible candy making kits in the early to mid 90s. Dr. Dreadful. That might have been it. That doesn't sound familiar to me. That name doesn't sound familiar to me. 90s. Spooky, gross, oven toy. Creepy Crawlers comes up. Queasy Bake? I don't think I had that either. This is it. It was called Incredible Edibles. I found it. I found the one. Yeah, it's like it's the same. It's purple and green. I can't read what it says on the box there. But that's the one. I had that one as a kid. Incredible Edibles. It's the same thing. They're all the same things. They still make and sell new ovens. This is true. This is true. Oh, but the thing about that is, whenever I cook like a savory dish, whenever I bake a savory dish in the oven, though, it comes out fine. It's only when I try and bake a pastry that it comes out all messed up. So maybe it is my fault. You're making me want pastries. I think we've been upside down long enough. I'm gonna fix the camera. At some point, we're gonna start up a playthrough of Shovel Knight. I've never played through Shovel Knight, and I said we were gonna play Shovel Knight when I finished Jump King, and I'm not really finished with Jump King, but we have reached the credits, so maybe, you know, I can see pairing them up, right? Be a good. I think Jump King and Shovel Knight are the same guy. It'd be good to pair them up. I could pair them up on the same night. Unskilled is the craftsman who blames his oven. Guilty as charged. Welcome back, Loyal. We're hanging in there with Jump King. How far am I into the game? Not very far, Loyal. Not very far. I probably have... Well, I don't know. I don't even know how to estimate, really. If it's similar to the other pathways, then I've probably only seen about a fifth of what there is to see. Hey, Dollar Phil, welcome in. Thank you for the read. Always a pleasure to have you join us. How did, what is it, that Star Soldier? I was there watching the game, and I can't remember the name of it. How did it finish up? Did you beat it? Or does that quest continue? OMG Pete, thank you for joining us. Thank you for coming along. Dollarville, my friends, is on a quest to conquer a whole marathon's worth of classic shmups, R-Type, Gradius. I'm not very well versed in the genre, but those types of games, those series and their spin-offs, he's juggling like four different ones simultaneously, with intermissions for some other things. He's playing a really cool game called Tin Head on the Genesis. He did Contra Hardcore not that long ago. Lots of great stuff. That one's rough. I feel like I'm not improving. I've definitely had those feelings. Definitely been there, my friend. But yeah, I'm playing this again. I've got to stick with it. This is we're on DLC number 2. I've actually I've beaten this game now 3 times. Not what we're playing right now, but I beat the main game once, and I beat the first DLC twice. Though not in that order. I did DLC 1 on my first playthrough because I was confused. And then after I beat it, I was like, well, I have to go back and do the main game. Excuse me. So then we did the main game. And then I started up another playthrough where I wanted to do this pathway, but you can't. I messed it up. I did it wrong. So then I had to beat it a 3rd time to get back to the menu. So I beat DLC 1 again so that I could restart, and now we're doing DLC 2. And this is I think the final thing to do in this game is to complete this quest, but it's rough. I'm not even at the what I think it's not even really that hard yet. It's very similar to stuff we've seen before in terms of its difficulty. It's maybe a little more frustrating because this bog here at the bottom of the world is a little bit tedious to get out of. So the frustration level's a little higher, but it's not. I've heard people have told me that the second DLC in Jump King is the hardest. Like, people who have beaten it have told me it's the hardest thing they've ever done. So I expect. Oh, that was real bad. That was real bad. I expect things to get much worse than they are. It's a double raid. Tolatier, welcome in. Thank you for the raid. We had Dollar Phil and Tolatier almost at the same time. More shoutouts are in order. Honkai Star Rail? I don't know anything about this game. I hope it treated you well. Why did you feel like he wasn't improving? No, I felt like I wasn't improving. I felt like I could relate, as I wasn't improving with Jump King for so long. My first playthrough of this game took 92 hours. There were long stretches. There were weeks where I didn't feel like I was improving with this game. Because I wasn't. It's a gacha game. Hope you're doing well tonight. I'm doing pretty well. I feel spirits are high. My gameplay is real bad. I'm not playing very well, but I feel okay nonetheless. Some nights you just have a bad night, right? Some nights you just don't make progress. My first playthrough of this game went really bad for a couple different reasons. One, I'm just not very good at video games. Two, I stumbled on and then committed to the DLC path before I beat the main game. So I was playing on hard mode. And 3, I didn't play the game regularly enough. My sessions of the game were too far apart, and I took long breaks. So I had to relearn the same stuff over and over again. It was only when I started playing this consistently every night that I started to make real progress with it. It was a chore at first too, because I was in a real bad place with this game. I was feeling real bad about it. So when I committed to playing it every night, for the first couple nights especially, it was a real chore where I was like, I'm gonna play this for 2 hours, and I was watching the clock the whole time, just waiting for those 2 hours to be up while I played. But then it worked, because then I finally saw a little bit of progress, and things turned around real quick. Because once I started making progress, I started feeling real good about this game again, and then it was the only thing I wanted to play. Like now I find myself like thinking about this game all the time. Like when I'm off stream, I've been having dreams about this game. I'm completely turned around. I would estimate, like, on a, you know, on the, on the other pathways through the game, there's like 10 or 12 different areas you have to pass through to complete the game. And each area is like, you know, like 3 to 5 screens high. So, if this quest is of a similar size to the other 2 quests, then we've probably seen about 1/5 of the map. But there's really no way to know how we're doing, or how far I've made it, until we get to the top. If we reach something called the tower, that'll probably mean we're at the end. I mean, we're not going to reach that tonight. If such a thing does exist, it's way, way, way up there. But I'm just saying, like, you know, in a couple weeks, when we're hopefully higher up, if we reach something called the tower, we'll probably know we're at the end, because both of the other quests ended with a tower. Molding Manor. I forgot it puts the name of the section you're in the bottom corner like that. So this bug stalk is the highest area we've been to so far. I think I've made it to the end of Bugstalk. I think I've seen the last screen of Bugstalk, but I don't think I've made it out of Bugstalk. Bugstalk is 4 screens high, I think. there's some really nasty jumps up here. I have a lot of trouble with this screen. That was bad. Actually, it didn't turn out as bad as I thought it was going to. You had to go find the Mole King. I'm pretty bad at this screen too, but oh, I took a risk and it paid off. Nice. Oh no, I forgot about this screen. Okay. Oh, this is higher. This area is higher than I thought it was. I don't remember how to do this part. Okay, that was good. This screen here is the highest. This is the highest I've ever been. And look at those jumps on the right. Those platforms are so narrow. I don't know how to land. I don't know how to land on those ledges without bouncing back. Oh, it's tough. I tied my PB. Progress. Boggress. I tied my PB. And I learned another jump. I learned how to make one of the jumps free, so you know, that's progress. I probably jumped a couple pixels higher that attempt. Actually, I think I jumped a few pixels lower, Zergling, because I was aiming for a different ledge. The last time I think I aimed for the ledge above the one that I just aimed for. So, I think I technically jumped lower. We'd have to check the footage, but I feel like I went high last time, and I went low this time. My eye is bothering me now. It's all these tears. We have another raid. Interace, welcome in. Thank you for the raid. Monster Raid Train. Choo choo. Welcome in, my friend. I hope you've had a wonderful stream. would appear you've been spending some time in the retro category. I'd love to hear the specifics of what you're up to and how it went. Just playing Pizza Connection. I don't think I know that. And old N64 wrestling games. The only Nintendo 64 wrestling games I have experience with are the first WCW versus NWO game. I think it was the first one. I think maybe it was called World Tour. I might be wrong in some of the details. I don't know it very well, but one of my classmates when I was in middle school had a birthday party and got that game and a Nintendo 64 for his birthday, and so we played that game all night and had a lot of fun. Even though I know nothing about professional wrestling, I think fondly of that experience. And I played a little bit of a game called, I think it was called ECW Hardcore. We played that on the stream. A viewer got me to play a little bit of that game, and that game is not great. It was pretty buggy. I was pretty bad at it. They're fun party games. Thanks for the shout out. No problem, no problem. Tinkered with WCW versus NWO and WWF No Mercy. Don't have a lot of experience with them. I was trying something new. Yeah, my experience is basically limited to the one night playing them with some of my classmates, playing the one game. I remember one of my classmates saying that he enjoyed watching the game more than he liked watching actual wrestling because the outcome of the game wasn't predetermined. Fair. Hey, thank you for the lurk. Hope we find something delicious to enjoy post-stream. How long do you think you'll be up tonight? I'm not sure, Loyal. What time is it now? It's almost 3 my time. We're gonna go for at least another hour. Might even go for 2. But no promises there. It's almost 3 though, and I'm gonna play at least until 4, so at least 1 more hour. It'll probably just be more Jump King. I'd really like to make some sort of progress before we call it a night with this game. I'll dig 2 more hours. Well, you might get that. I am yawning a little bit, but I'm not feeling super worn down. You've had a super long night. I'm sorry to hear that. Hopefully you've got a little bit of time ahead of you to time and opportunity to make some recovery at the least. Have some time to sleep in. Took tomorrow off. It's my official holiday. I see. There's about 50 federal agents on my street. They have 3 huge spotlights and are digging on my neighbor's land. Really? That's, I don't know what that is. 100% really. Wish they weren't here. Sounds like something serious is going on. That's what we're all thinking. No one's saying what's going on. I mean, I imagine, nothing good. You'll probably find out in due course, though. Oh, yuck. Why? Why? If you ever need someone to not land on this platform, I'm your guy. I'm really good. I'm really good at jumping on every pixel around that platform without ever actually landing on it. I tried to poke around to see what was up, and they gave me two options. One, walk home. Two, take a ride downtown. Yeah, I wouldn't want to... I mean, I would naturally be extremely curious. It would be hard to resist eavesdropping on the one hand, but on the other hand, I wouldn't want to get myself mixed up in anything, so... I don't even know how you've made it this far. I had a really good string. I had a really nice string of good luck for a while, but it's wearing thin on me now. those jumps were... What? 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 The... Robbed! That... that's never worked like that before. Oh, no! Immediately, just blunder after blunder after blunder. Sorry, I'm so deeply lost in thought. I haven't had anything. I feel like I haven't said anything in ages. No. Oh, I could have saved that. I think I could have saved that if I had held against the my momentum. Focus. I'm thinking of because Loyal mentioned having all those federal agents milling about. I was thinking of how one of my coworkers when I lived in Texas told me about how he would come up to where traffic had been like terribly backed up for what seemed like miles and miles, because the police and some construction crew were doing something and they had the road shut down, and my coworker had driven up on the shoulder around the traffic and gone to where everyone was and gone to where they were holding everyone up. And he had flashed his employee badge to him and said, I'm on city business. I need you to let me through. And it worked. And I guess, like, you know, because all the departments in the city, we all had badges that all looked the same, but they're different colored depending on, like, you know, where you actually worked or whatever. And so I guess whoever he showed it to, cops or construction or whoever it was that actually let him through, they recognized it as a city badge, but they didn't recognize the color for our department, because they probably wouldn't have been so eager to let him through if they had recognized that his department was library. Well, that's a risky. That's a risky move. pretending to be official on urgent business with a library badge. They were not nice to me, Loyal says. They didn't want a new friend at all. Yeah, he got lucky there. When they want information out of me, they're so friendly, buddy. But when I'm lurking around their site, it's a new story, Loyal says. Yuck. I need to get back up to the top because I've only learned one piece of information about the game tonight, and even that one piece I'm going to forget if I don't have an opportunity to practice it a couple more times. I've put in 4 hours so far tonight, and I've learned how to make one jump. Oh no! Oh, thank goodness! I thought I was going back to the bog. One thing that's been really consistent so far, that I'm wondering if and when it's going to change, is jumps between screens, like this jump here. Whenever you're moving from screen to screen, it's always with a full power jump. Like it's always, you never have to, there's never a picky timing or a risk with a jump that moves between screens, and I'm wondering if they're ever going to change that and give me a really dangerous jump across a transition where I can't see to aim properly. I kind of hope they never do that to me, right? Because it seems kind of unfair to make you plan a jump you can't see, but it also seems like a very logical way to increase difficulty. I mean, you'd be able to peek like that, you know, to jump up and take a peek. It almost seems like this jump right here is going to be that situation, because the full power jump almost makes you slide down the other side of that thing there. But I've never blundered that one, so. While that looks like it's close to being that situation, it isn't quite. It is also, I have to point out, it's not always a full power jump, like, across an open area, because there's that one where I bounce to get up there, but that's still a full power jump and still safe. So sometimes it's an open one, like that one we just made right there, like most of these are. Sometimes it's with a bounce at a screen transition. But even the ones where you have to bounce, it's not like a non-bounce jump would cause you to fall. It would just make you not get up there. You just fall back down onto the same platform you leapt off of. So, is there nothing? There isn't a secret hidden in this wall over here? Guess not. What? I've never bumped my head there before. I thought I was overshooting that. Oh, look at how many slopes they put in. It's so punishing. Nope. That was an accident. I'm playing indefensibly sloppy now. Indefensible. Weren't we just here? That's kind of the way the game works. That's what they could have titled it. Weren't we just here? No, this isn't really a checkpoint, Loyal. It's actually the start of the game. Technically, there was a little bit before we got here that we don't have to repeat, but that was like a tutorial area. Down here with this guy, this is really the start of the game. That's where this quest begins. I need a second wind. I don't want to fizzle out. But I am finding it tough to wake back up and do anything good. It was actually good. It was actually for my benefit. Whoa. No. Ah. Oh, I thought I undershot that. I'm a bundle of tension and nerves right now. It's very hard to keep my cool at the moment. No. Life is bad. It always goes back to the bog. I don't buy it. I don't buy it. I should just throw myself down here and save us the time, right? Jump King, why are you so intolerable tonight? We're supposed to be friends. Overshoot, undershoot, overshoot, undershoot, overshoot, undershoot. There's just no doing it. I can't do it, my friends. I can't. I'm fizzled out. I'm at the end of my rope. I just can't do it. Jump King has beaten me tonight. No. Agony. Agony. I'm feeling the pain. It's manifesting. The pain of this game is manifesting physically. I've got so much tension in my neck and shoulders. I mean, those are okay thoughts, but I don't really know that we're going to be going that much longer to really make any sort of break worthwhile. I think I'm probably going to be calling it a night, you know, within the next 20 minutes or so. It's kind of you to look out for me, though. I don't think I actually have quite as much energy as I thought I had an hour ago. It takes a toll, this game, you know? As much as I like it, and, like, I try to keep my spirits high. It wears you down. It wears you down, this one. I'll be playing a lot more Jump King next week. It'll probably be at the start of each stream. I very much want to finish Jet Force Gemini as quickly as we can. I'm really kind of badly stuck in that game, so our next couple sessions of it are probably going to be pretty ugly. I might actually have to, like, I really think that there's a strong possibility that with Jet Force Gemini, I'm going to have to break down and look at a guide to figure out what to do, because the game is not giving me any feedback, and I'm just really running out of ideas. On where I could even possibly go. But those are the major things I have planned, are this and Jet Force Gemini. And we still have on our to-do list Super Smash TV, Splatterhouse 2, and Ape Escape. We've got first playthrough, challenge run, and mini games with each of those games, like in that order. So they're all candidates for the schedule, but I'm really trying to prioritize Jump King and Jet Force Gemini right now. Oh. So brutal. It's so brutal. It's a jump that's so easy to miss, and the penalty is so hefty. I knew I was missing that as I missed it. It's such a terrible feeling. It's such a terrible feeling when you release a jump that you know is going to fail. But like once you do it, there's nothing you can do to take it back. Alright, my friends, we're going to wrap it up here. It's a little earlier than I wanted to quit, but I am... I'm worn down. Jump King has gotten me 5 hours almost. A little shy of 5 hours. That's all the Jump King I have in me for tonight, my friends. Well played. Thank you. I don't feel like that's deserved, but thank you. See you next stream. Good night, my friends. Good night, Greg. Thank you for being with us. I usually don't stream on Saturdays, so don't expect to see me tomorrow night, but I'll probably be back on Sunday. I have a bunch of housework to do on Sunday, so there's a chance I might wear myself out and need to cancel. That is a possibility. But you know, the hope and tentative plan is that I would not. So hopefully I'll see you Sunday night, Monday night at the latest. Jump King and Jet Force Gemini, like I said, are our priority, so I'd expect more likely than not that's what you'll see. Later all, thanks again, Frownie. Thank you, Tuesday. Bye, Frownie. Better luck next time. Thank you, Zergling. Thank you, Swish. 5 hours fly when you fall. I see we've made some progress here. Well, not really, Loyal. But thank you for being with us, Loyal, and good night to you, my friend. We tied our PB, so at least we didn't do worse than last time. And I learned one tiny piece of information that I'll probably forget. I'm going to send us in the direction of Blackthorn, playing F-099 tonight. Blackthorn plays a variety of things, retro stuff included. I enjoyed, not that long ago, they were playing that Super Mario 64 with a shotgun ROM hack. That was a fun night. But thank you for being here, my friends. As always, I greatly appreciate you. I hope you have a fantastic weekend, and hopefully we will be able to spend some more time together in the very near future. Be well until that time comes. But as for tonight, that's all we have to do here. It's time to head out. Let's go on an adventure.